So, sadly, Vim Noise is not gonna make it today to the stream. But I already announced that we will finish the game today. So, yeah. Might be not the most fortunate, but hey. Life happens, right? Okay, so let's see. Let me look at the flowchart. So we are lights off here. Okay, we are at the correct point. I want to beat Zero's ass, to be honest. Yeah, that's understandable. Okay. So we are going to speedrun this more or less.
Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better?
Yes.
Let me see your forehead.
Oh, are you?
It actually doesn't matter what we choose here.
Yeah.
By the way, Jumpy, how did you end up here?
What do you mean?
There was a man with a gas. You inhaled some when you woke up?
Damn straight.
But is that really the truth?
What?
Jumpy?
No, why would I?
Well, if you think about it, I mean, why would two...
Hey, I could... Are you hiding?
What would I?
Well,
You mean, do you... Don't worry. Only time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, just like when I woke...
Well, I mean...
Look, do you remember?
Yeah.
Well, that... I think...
You got it?
No.
Oh.
Well...
Or the jam.
No.
Yeah.
Imagine being the voice actor to this game and then you get the lines. Read this. Oh, maybe. Fine. Yeah. Hi. Ah yes, adults acting like high schoolers, my favorite genre. You know, the best part about this coffee is like... I wish it was just a genre, but sadly a lot of people in real life act like high schoolers. There's a key. What was it? Something like here? Okay, we cannot do that. Fine. That's not what I wanted to do. Wanted to change cabins. Some people stopped growing after high school, unfortunately. Yeah, sadly. Why? What did we miss? Huh? Did I miss something? Hi, Bob. What do you want? She wanted me to get the map, that's why. Okay, my bad.
This ship is big. Must be.
Of course, everything in.
Do you remember what Zero said? Do you think maybe this boat and the Titanic have some...
That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason. Do you think this boat is a replica of...
A replica?
Yeah, you know.
Who on...
Fan.
No.
No. But all they've...
Break even?
Yeah, climbable. Hell.
Do you really... It's this...
A curse.
Jumpy...
Sure, we believe in curses.
Yeah, well, I guess so. To a certain extent. What about you? No, I guess that's kind of a dumb question.
Yes, I do believe in curses. In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic.
What?
A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy. Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra.
Yes, it's a dumb question.
Which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one?
Oh man, do I have a terrible joke for this occasion. And I guess I will keep it for myself, which is better.
So you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse?
That's right! That mummy, the priestess, supposedly, she was special.
What do you mean?
Well, supposedly, she was really pretty.
Pretty?
Yes?
But she was a mummy.
That's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She almost looked alive.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, it's that thing. I don't remember the name. Where your body turns into some kind of wax? Yeah? The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And...
Yes, saponification. But that's...
Huh?
That's not it. She wasn't wax.
Then what was it?
They say that she was frozen.
What? Frozen?
That's right. The whole body was frozen solid.
Like that one Madonna song, Frozen.
You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
That's crazy.
I think so too, but maybe it's true and we just didn't know about it before.
I didn't know?
Yep. Maybe it's common sense to eat shaved ice in the desert because it lasts forever.
Huh? Nah, that seems too silly to be true.
But maybe it isn't. It just appears that way because you didn't know it was true.
Here's a fun fact. Let me find this. Did you know that ice cream is very old? Like, it's not a modern invention. Actually, it was even made not like how we make ice cream today, but in a very similar way. Back then, I think it was the Persians who had like the oldest entry known to the recipe of kind of an ice cream. And then China had it 200 years before Christ. And then basically Marco Polo introduced the Chinese method of producing ice cream to Italy. Which is funny, because these days we go by the idea that Italians make the absolute best kind of ice cream, and therefore I think the majority of people think Italy discovered and produced ice cream as the first culture in history, which is wrong. I did know that, yes. It has very deep roots in history. Yeah, I don't know. I was like, basically, that was like yesterday or something like that. I was eating ice cream and I was like, who actually invented ice cream? Like, I never thought of it. It's really crazy. It is believed that the Persian Empire has invented a frozen dessert around 500 BCE, which is a long time ago. It's crazy. But there is no pinpoint to who actually invented the actual ice cream dessert. But it's a fun little fact.
Well, yeah.
Speaking of ice,
Ice
you know.
that doesn't melt, even in the desert? Does something like that really exist?
Yes, back then the Persians have developed Ice 9 ice cream.
No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it?
Okay, now we are allowed to change cabins. Really? Okay, thank you. Okay, this is the wrong key. Isn't it ingenious? Using matches on a candlestick? And this is the most fakest candlestick I've ever seen. Here's our curtain. Sorry to hear that.
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Okay, so next step is to take the bookmark.
Here, take this.
A bookmark? What is this for?
I found it in, but pretty sure it ain't gonna...
Then why don't you hold on?
You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things. Hope,
Hope,
dams,
and you.
yeah.
What is a book?
Well, and that mean it's, well,
Leaf work. Hope, faith, the meaning.
so just take the here.
We gonna take
All
it?
right, sure.
Ugh, that thing was,
Do you really?
yeah, well, hope. Well,
What?
that's not the only reason. I just can't bring myself to like the number 4.
They're very efficient at conversing. It's basically going like, yes, I, it, lol, wow.
What? Worried about the 4 horsemen?
Nah, come on, man. That's just silly. Maybe back in the Dark Ages, that kind of crap scared people. But this is the 21st century, and I'm a 21st century guy. I'm a little insulted.
Then why do you hate 4 so much?
Whisper the number 4 into his ears when he sleeps. Or in a different situation, tie him up and then go like 4, 4.
Cause it's a half-ass number. Not the best or the worst. That's why.
What?
9 is a way better number. So what if it's last place, right? At least it's not some lame-ass middle number.
What are you?
No man should endure this punishment.
You play?
Play?
This guy is stalling for something.
You mean like gambling?
Yeah, of course. What else would
D-
In Baccarat, the best possible hand totals 9. They call it Le Grand. But the lowest, most worthless cards, the zeros, they call Monkey.
just like the guy in charge of this game, huh? Zero's a monkey.
What? The guy who trapped us in here sure is one hell of a monkey.
Just like you.
You know, if you think about it, the nonary game is really a lot like Baccarat. Of course, it doesn't use any of that stupid. You just drop the tens digit, and that still, it does have the same idea.
Oh,
And in both games, whoever has 9 wins.
The person who makes 9 wins?
Wait, did you forget already?
It is hidden, seek away. So, we have to.
and only the people.
Of course. That's why it's called.
What?
Huh?
You don't know? Nonary means something derived from 9 or base 9. It's derived from, while we're at, you know, like 2 is binary, 3 like tree after that. And of course, it's called.
So then no.
So,
That'd be 9.
and what are
They go for.
And our time.
Zeros.
And 5.
We need.
By making.
And there you, the number 9. He's got a real, no wonder.
Very informative. Apes together, strong. He actually had a point. This guy is stalling for something. I don't know why else he would be rambling about this nonsense. He actually had a point. The idea in the game is basically that Santa is basically informing you about Baccarat, like how the game is working, despite that Santa is basically explaining to you Baccarat again in the casino. Let's see. Second class Kevin. What? Okay, let's look at the flow map. Okay, so we have uncovered that. This should be the kitchen, which we can jump to. In the kitchen, respond to tunes, conversation. I think it's this we need to go.
Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right?
Oh, we cannot save at this point. So he likes gambling. Yeah, Santa likes gambling. 99% of gamblers quit before they win. I know a certain house in New Orleans that he would like. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
I wonder how warm it has to get for it to...
In the kitchen. The June's conversation about CO2.
turn back into...
Hell if I know. How?
Oh, well,
Carbon dioxide any warmer?
Oh, looks bad.
Oh.
Oh, you're just doing.
I wonder...
Okay, here we have to do, it seems rather odd.
It is kind of weird.
But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide, but at 1 atmosphere.
It won't turn into a liquid.
Uh,
See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 30... So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide?
there's a kind of ice that
We-
doesn't turn.
Hmm?
We basically heard all of this, that's why I'm skipping this.
Huh?
I heard about it. Its melting point is
Ice with a melting point of.
You mean there's water that...
Yeah, well,
So what's this ice with a melting?
I heard it's called Ice 9.
Ice?
Originally, Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author. But recently,
Wait, hold up. So is this thing?
like I said, so you could think of it as a... Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different.
So you're saying normal water and this ice 9 are like that?
Yup. Have you heard the story about the crystallization? For 100, they did all, but whatever. However, some glycerin, with a C. However, not only even this, and it did after all before, but what? It was all commune, and now.
I'm impressed. It was in fact a pretty interesting story, despite the fact that we are about to die, freezing to death. But we had the time to discuss this very important topic.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. But what does that have to do with ice 9?
To his surprise, it was Santa, not June, who answered. Red back need to do some chores. Okay.
What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean.
A lot like? If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees, man.
It'd be the end of the world.
Jumpy felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with the proper concern.
At any rate, we're not gonna have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick.
He was right. Jumpy shivered.
Alright guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kinda at fault here, but we can't be screwing around anymore. So seriously, I might go by the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland. I freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here.
Santa stomped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him.
Selfish, isn't he?
Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search.
Ice 9 is interesting and all, but we can discuss it more once we get out of this freezer.
Jumpy looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search of the room. Okay, now we have uncovered that. Next should be this, I think. The operating room, right? Yep. Go through door number 7. But does this game contain flashing lights? I don't think so. Think about. Of course it uses the wrong Z key for save. I hate when games go like press Z to do this, and then I press Z on my keyboard and it goes like nothing happened, and then I need to press Y because the game interprets the Y key on my keyboard as the Z key because it uses the American layout, and I'm like, this is dumb. Like, shouldn't it recognize that my keyboard input isn't this language and I actually press the correct button? I never understood why this is such a problem for games. But hey. Okay, we have to do 2 things here, and I don't exactly know where these things happen. I'm actually curious. I wonder if it's automatically unlocking it. I'm not going to risk that, but I think these 2 have something to do with the choices, so let's jump.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best. Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well,
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Yeah, that's right. CDT.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
What, you remember something?
Yeah. Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as a bud. A year after the factory, something water once the crystals started factory, but it didn't end after that. They'd been making crystal, but now all. In fact, ever since that day, even an EDT research after it happened at the first, it was like, man, how do you?
Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information. This phenomena spread throughout the.
Yeah, that's. But how did you know?
I heard another story
When?
in the freezer.
What?
Yeah, June told me.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Do you?
And here we make the choice. Ask 7 if he knows about Ice 9. Know about Ice 9?
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice.
Baby.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh?
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
No, because I don't remember dates that don't affect me at all. I know that the Titanic sank. Why should I remember the date?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history.
And Leonardo DiCaprio also died. Back then, back then, when the Titanic sank.
What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right?
How does Chumpy know this shit?
It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett.
You don't care about useless trivia? Right? It's basically like It's basically the same thing that happens when Whiskey is holding a quiz show and have like multiple people attend to it and plays this quiz show, and it has like very specific American questions in it, and like European, like non-US people are like, and here's this US question which you should know, and they go like, which is so silly. It's like, hey, you should know this, right? It's like, no.
The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies.
You know, I'm really confused when I hear Halifax. My brain goes like, Ireland. And not Canada. And I don't know why.
The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank.
An entire collection of bad dragons?
One of the things they found was a coffin.
Oh.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside,
They found the realization that they just destroyed a historically important object.
they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid.
And then the pharmaceutical companies got to her and made a new product line for skincare, so you can look like a goddess. Made from the cells of a goddess herself.
Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax.
Of course, only affordable for rich people.
The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible, but there was one body that didn't thaw, and that was...
The girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month passed, and another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over.
I hate you, brain. Stop doing this shit to me.
After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly.
So welcome to my mind, where I was like, oh, now I understand. So the best porn stars basically treat the erection with Ice 9 so it can be preserved for the future of making dildos.
After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world.
Who the fuck is Alice?
I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic's sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912, and 4 years later in 1916 he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic, but nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
What?
well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine. So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story.
Jeez, Dad.
It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
Alice. Huh.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time, even though it was carried through the desert,
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh? Oh, god damn it. Where the hell did she go?
Sphere number 3.
Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
my brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
And now give Clover the 4-leaf clover.
Oh yeah, it's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is. A 4-leaf clover.
I wonder in which pocket he put that, because if he put the bookmark into his pants, then it wouldn't look like that, because you cannot just put something like that in your pocket pants and be like, look, it's perfect. No crumbles, nothing, no tears.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just got to believe in that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship. It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see?
Like, think about this. This is John, right? But is he really John?
Huh?
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus?
So I'm going to skip this because we heard this all before.
You don't know?
No.
Really? Okay. What would you...
Well, I guess I'd patch it.
But what if...
I'd add it.
What if it... Well, until it... Once you get... Can you really...
So...
Yeah. The ship, if you... Then can you really... And what then with the one you... Hey,
What's the...
these guys... Is this...
John's head, but apart...
We're just like, think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
I like in this text box that it says, what the hell is taking you number 2 so long? It's so weird.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw... Oh?
No, it wasn't. We were just
Just...
playing.
Huh?
Let's go, Jim.
Playing... Didn't...
You're a dick. All right.
You don't need...
Okay.
All right.
Hey, man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, you know, get a little excited?
Not really.
My brother, I'm going to be next.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
Okay. So. Let's go. So, next we go here. Chart room. But I'm not sure if we need to do something specific. That is the question. First and foremost, actually, I wanna save. If possible. Okay, let's go into the chart room. Normal. There is a possibility that I just need to go into the room and then it's fine. So let's save here. Let's look at the flow. So the flow has already unlocked for everything there. So what we can do now is jump right away into the coffin room because we do possess now the yellow key and can actually go here. Now the question is... Let's see. Let's see if I can reach coffee. I'm gonna try it here first on Twitch. If I cannot, I will try the other way. Fly to his house and knock on his door politely. I don't need to fly, I can just appear directly behind him. And then I put my hand on his shoulder and go like, hey. Cat magic, yeah. Look, normally coffee is just residing in my walls, so therefore it's also no problem for me to just appear in his room. Magic. Kitty. You know what's really amazing is like recently a lot of my cats and my mom's cats sadly passed away, and my mom likes cats, so she picked up 3 new cats. And it's actually like 3 young cats. 2 of them are sisters. They are both 7 months old, and an additional cat who is 6 months old. And they were all at the same place. It's a place where my mom also picked up other cats. And it's crazy. Like, they are all females. Like 2 sisters and the one who is additionally to that, it was sadly found in a box somewhere at a factory place where she was only a few days old. I guess the mother left her. We assume, we don't know. And they bottle fed her to back to health. And then my mom basically adopted her. And now she's like 6 months old. And she's doing absolutely fine. And these 3 cats are a pure pleasure. Like, really, really adorable. They're extremely social. Like, they just come up to you. You pet them and they instantly start purring like a motor. It's crazy. They also play with you. But there's a distinct difference between female cats playing with you and male cats playing with you. Like, male cats have this tendency of going pretty rough and like biting you and scratching you. And these cats, they also play with you, but they refrain from using their claws. They do bite, but they bite in the usual cat I like you way. So you do not get like scratches or like bite wounds from them. At least I don't. And it's just really amusing. Like extremely fun to play with them. And they're just like so social. They always want to be around you. It's crazy. Hello, Coffee. Coffee, where are you with your chores? Because we are basically at the very last step. It is done. Okay, that's cool. Also, before she picked up the cats, we had to decide on names for them. And at that point, they had names, but they were like really dumb names, like really stupid. I can't even translate that to English, I think. It's basically something like one of the cats got the name of like Spotty or something like that, and I hate that. I really don't like that when people name their pets like something silly. It depends. Like, it depends. In some cases I say like if you take a silly name, but not like something that is on a borderline not funny haha line, you know? Name it Spotify. You know, you might know Pirate Software, aka Thor, and he named his cat Spaghetti. No, he named his cat Meatball, because it's a pretty chonker cat. And he has a dog, which he named Spaghetti. And as you can see now, he named them both like that, because you can make spaghetti with meatball. That I can accept, as this is to some degree clever and funny. But if you're just like have a pet and you call it like I don't know, Nuzzles or Cutie Pie or something like that, that is something that I feel like is dumb, to name your pet after something like that. But spaghetti doesn't really need meatballs though. That is correct, but you can have spaghetti with meatballs. So we sat down and kind of brainstormed for potential names. And I managed to name 2 of those 3 cats. And I named the 2 sisters. So I gave one name, which is Lara. Yes, based on Lara Croft. Because the cat in the video looked like adventurous, outgoing, social. So I was like, sure, why not? Like, let's call her Lara, based on Lara Croft. And the other one, her sister, which is more reserved, which is interesting because now it's more like the other way around. I suggested... No, actually the sister was named by someone else. But the survivor cat, which is not related to the sister, I suggested to name her Ciri, based on Cirilia from The Witcher 3. Because she survived that terrible thing in the beginning of her life. Very similar to Ciri, who also survived very bad circumstances. And that was accepted. So I named one of the cats Ciri and one of the cats Lara. And the third cat was a suggestion from someone else, which is called Minu. dog named Metro Exodus. Sure. Let me look something up. Mm-hmm. Just imagine you had like several pets and you gave them like, is it? Oh, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, have like 5 pets and give them names like E, X, O, D, and IA. And then put them together and spell it out. Exodia! But yeah. So yeah, I'm quite happy that I could convince my mother to name 2 cats after video game characters. So that's cool. Okay. Apart from cute kitties to pet and cuddle with and play with, we shall now go to the final ending of Zero Escape, the first game. And it should work that we can directly go here. We want this screen. You mean there's a sequel? Oh my god! Seven shoved his arm into the front of his overall and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Jumpy walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read, engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read, vacant.
God.
What an annoying sentence. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. There was no possible way for them to open the door with a 9 on it. Jumpy touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, which is a ship, by the way, and not a boat. That was what Jumpy prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat and scratched his head and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
7 opened his mouth to respond when... a noise echoed through the room. A noise we've heard before. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It was me and a femboy. So what did I miss earlier? Basically, we just went through the rooms we've been through before. So you didn't really miss anything? It was just key events, or actually we needed to do like specific rooms, but it was the same things we did to get to this ending, you know? Where the ending basically ended and said like, ho ho, and this might be the end. But we did the other ending, which obtained a specific key that we will need for this here, this room. So you miss nothing. I only opened the pathway to this ending, which we already did. It wasn't mechanical, it was certainly human. Jumpy and Seven looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to Seven to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The three of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Jumpy and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find and pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
Man, it won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
No, it's basically inputting your price. Like the price you want to pay.
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
Ugh, there's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
The world blinked. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Jumpy's head. Truth had gone, truth had gone, and truth had gone. And now, truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice?
Jumpy was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh? What?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Jumpy didn't know what to tell them.
Huh?
Hi Bob. If he told them he'd heard a voice, they would laugh or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was,
Oh, nothing.
and anything. Hi, Bob. Thank you, Bob. I mean, why? Like, you don't go insane just because you hear voices. There are some circumstances when you are, like, really exhausted and you start to hallucinating, which is not like going insane, it's just going beyond your limits. He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Jumpy. He pressed the buttons. What was it? Left, right, left, right, left, right? Something like that? Like left, right, left, right, left, right, right? It was that? Real life. That's wrong. You should know that already. You should know everything. You don't? Then why did you bother to look at the bracelet? Ah, it's right, left, right, left. You already know the darkness of the sinister hand is telling you to look at the bracelet on your left hand. That's why you looked at your bracelet, right? So it's right, left. So it's right, left, right, left, right, left, right? Even the voice is calling me stupid. Why? It's not calling you stupid, it's calling me stupid because I chose left, right, left, right, left, right. Now we are doing the right, left, right, left. That was it. See? You were correct from the beginning, Coffee. Good job. Eight numbers blinked on and then off on the bracelet display. Jumpy checked one last time. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
That's what I said.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
69, 69, 69. Nice.
Oh my gosh, are those?
Jumpy didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
With trembling fingers, he punched them in. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it.
No way.
What?
Why are you...
Oh? Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
Snake!
You? Why?
Junpei? And Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask. Punched instead of pressed. Yes, the entire fist, like, the entire fist on E, like, whoa!
Jeez.
Jumpy and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears. Is he Half-Life 1 NPC? Yes.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back!
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating. Take this back, little girl.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
You're back!
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though you did! I really thought you were dead!
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
Ah.
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Between Cloud and Sephiroth. Even though Jumpy knew they had little time, and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Jumpy and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired. I'm waiting, clown. I love that sentence.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours.
Yeah.
Jumpy nodded.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room. Do I have it straight?
Do you want it gay instead?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
Well then, I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
Oh my.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then that means it was...
0.
Looks that way, huh?
there's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Jumpy crossed his arms and thought.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero? I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them?
Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He's awakening to his superpowers, yes. And his superpowers will be writing poems that are successful. Being bipolar. He had no answer for him then, and still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think. But this is just a...
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The two murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game.
And whatever strange thing was happening to Jumpy himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Jumpy began to realize something. He was really gay. There was something that tied all of them together, and the point connecting the dots.
Zero. He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
And Zero is the encyclopedia of 2024. It's just a collection of books wearing a gas mask and a mantle. Who was Zero? I just explained it. Jumpy had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
We go through a door, 7. Duh.
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
Why does Zero have a mask that looks like it came from Resident Evil? Well, I assume gas masks have like norms, so why would that be surprising? Or maybe, and this is the best theory that I have for you, Zero is Leon. You know? Leon, Zero, Leon, because Leon is a Zero.
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As they snapped back and forth, Jumpy glanced at Snake's left hand. The design looked oddly like an Umbrella agent mask. Yeah. And Leon is actually working for Umbrella. Nobody knows that yet because it will be unveiled in Resident Evil 12. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
Leon never wore a gas mask through the whole series. Like I said, wait for Resident Evil 12.
I assumed you'd figured it out.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that. La 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 la.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
7 stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake and Jumpy followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red. An asterisk appeared on the screen. Jumpy and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right, you guys ready to go?
I need to ask this before I pull this lever,
Yes.
Yep.
and everybody has to confirm. Jumpy paused for a
Not
moment.
yet.
Jumpy paused for a moment and said then, not yet.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever?
Need to take a piss. There are enough places in this room to do so, yes.
I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, all right? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important.
In the coffin. You could. I mean, it's perfect, right? It's a vessel. A lot of people could pee inside until it's actually full.
I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
Jumpy looked directly into 7's eyes. And then they kissed. The older man looked back for a moment, then kissed him back. Then nodded.
Fine.
Seven pulled down the lever and door number 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
All right, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So, we knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Jumpy.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into one of her pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Bling! She literally leaves the place, goes to a factory and produces a bracelet. Jumpy took it from her and turned to 7.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet.
5 plus 4 plus 0 equals 9.
Though the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
However, the door didn't open. The reds display read error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out.
Jumpy. Scan the bracelets with this combination. Yes. Come on, Coffee. Make a choice. The piss coffin. I can't even remember what their numbers were. Snake's number is 2. Jumpy's number is 5. The captain's is 0. Clover is 4. And 7 is 7. Yeah. uh, 7, Clover and the cap.
Let's try 7, Clover, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 7.
However, the door
Nope,
didn't open.
It didn't open.
It
Then
ain't 7 then.
How about...
do you want to make another choice, or shall I choose the correct one? Oh wow 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 wow. You choose. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's 7, Jumpy and Cap.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap.
I'm bad at math.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Hey, it opened! The door opened!
The reason I know it is this is because in another ending where we went through, we have already established that the 0 bracelet is number 6. I remember now. It was Jumpy 7 and Cap last time.
What? Why? What does that mean?
It means I will win your socks, Clover. Both Seven and Clover seemed rather shaken as they turned to look at Jumpy for answers. The door slid heavily shut. Jumpy raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Jumpy could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is
9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Jumpy's notebook and began to write furiously in it, drawing some hot furries in it.
Here, look.
Jumpy leaned over to look at it.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake? And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number, 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes he'd made. When finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Jumpy? Jumpy remained silent and thought.
Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
Door 9 opened. They leapt through.
Oh, it's right there.
One second. The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned the bracelets. And the detonator stopped.
Oh,
After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, and his companions headed down, Jumpy and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them.
all right. Let's keep going.
At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship.
I think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
They leaned out and looked over the side.
Looks dry.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Jumpy and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. Always the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door.
Hey, it's a...
And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
Clearly, it wasn't going to open this door.
It's a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they did come.
Hey, another door.
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
A symbol was engraved on the card reader.
It's the Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Jumpy, Clover, Snake and Seven looked at one another, nodded and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books. Ah! Knowledge, my only enemy.
Wow! It's totally full of books!
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
It looked remarkably like a library. El Biblioteca. Not a sort of El Biblioteca where large numbers of people came to read books. More the sort of El Biblioteca that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Jumpy did his best to speak with authority.
All right, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge. As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Jumpy felt those particular words float through his mind. Seek a way out! Rah, rah, rah! It's a rather circular room. And we have a table. There's a note on that table. Lights to the book. Lights to the books. Huh? What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees what? Maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on the next? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. This one says, transition of extinct species. We need to hurry up, or are we going to end up in the pages of a book like that? The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. This is what that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, remember that part? He called it natural selection. Exactly. Micrographia, huh? Ah yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. Then he drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Creatures of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. Introduction to Geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth even when you're on the ocean. Kinda romantic in a way, I guess. Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off somewhere near called Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Mother Nature. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not, except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. Well, I'm going to rest for some rest now. Have a great day. Yeah, recover and get well soon, a bit soon. Take care. Thank you so much for being here. Why did mankind lose their tails? Jumpy, do you know what this one's about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail? Mankind's ancestors most likely were Saiyajins and lost their tails and went insane after doing so. No, actually it's the other way around. No longer useful, the nutritions required to grow them were better put to use somewhere else. At least that's what I read. I was rather young, I may have remembered it incorrectly. Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? Because he can. There are a ton of books here. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like the shelves all science and technology. So we have found this, which is different from the rest. We cannot go up the ladder. It's a coat track, like a place where you can hang your coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one is not too big, so maybe just hats. This handrail is made of metal. Yeah. Okay. Ow. Okay, let's just look at this. ERNL PEIUNEDB OHFB. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Hey, what if we switch them around? Switch them around? Yeah. If we move them around, maybe we'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Heck, it's worth a shot. Aw, cannot spell penis. Pino. Open here, find bulb. How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing right up. Huh, that was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Jumpy. I guess that turned out well enough. So let the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb. And we found a light bulb. I guess we go down. More books. I don't want to say that I read Daddy, but I read Daddy. And I read Ovo instead of Oven. Sheldrake. Libernis. That dead kind? Okay. Dead kind? What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work? Libernis. This book is German. It looks like it's the complete works of something. I never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about English, the English Revolutionary? Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake... It's got the volume number written on the lower part of the spine. It's light blue. There's a yellow book written with something on the bookshelf. Red book. Yeah? That's a weird book, Chumpy. Indian mathematics. That's funny. Why is that funny? True. Why is it funny? I don't get it. Uh-huh. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look like kind of music stands. Am I supposed to put something on those stands? There are dim lights on the floor. The dim lights are set at 3 points across the floor. There are 3 lights in this thing. They aren't very bright though. Hey, didn't you find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put it into one of those lights? Yeah. Well, I get a lot... well, it get a lot brighter, but... But if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. You need 3 light bulbs, huh? This iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. This bookshelf has some sort of glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there are only 6 books on it. That seems kinda weird. Hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it though, the glass is all foggy. So, we have a lock here. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate numbers around until you've got the right one to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Guess I might as well give it a shot. What do you mean? Because of this? There are a couple of books on the glass shelf. From left to right they say 63245. Oh my god. You did it, Jumpy. Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. Oh, there's the light bulb. Okay, This bookshelf has a bunch of books about things like energy theory. That we did. The black hole hypothesis. Gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. A kid's book? Here? Looks like it's a children's story about Native Americans. Don't you think it's don't you think a random book like that is kinda suspicious? Maybe you ought to hold onto it. Cowboys and Indians. This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey Chumpy. Hey Chumpy, take a look at this one. Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa! Letters everywhere. What's that? This one, them pop-up books? LRK. That doesn't mean anything, does it? Well, you could make them KRL. Like curl or Carl. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. Bet that's gonna be some serious inheritance tax. These books all seem to be about history. This one's called History of the Western World. Well, I would assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake? Doesn't seem like you. History of Buddhism? History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something? Hey, China's history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. True. Hermian creatures. Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of perms. It's got nothing to do with this. What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. Look at this. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep. Well, big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive, almost looks like the door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it, and then a passageway beyond that. At the end of the passageway is a door with the Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up, we need to find the key with the mark of Neptune. Okay, this sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world. Man, it's like 7 and I don't exist. Yeah. Automated robotic assembly line techniques, huh? What's that? Some sort of comic book? No, a game that never ends. Geez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Communication and computer science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about. What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. An overview of photochemistry. I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Hey, look at it, okay? Let's look at it, okay? Huh, looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books. Look, Jumpy, I think there's something hidden behind the books. And there's our third light bulb. There was a light bulb here. There isn't anything here right now. Cannot click there. This one, it looks just like that picture book from earlier, the one with the pop-ups. You think they're part of a series or something? They do have the same binding. There's a baseball on this one. Come on, Jumpy, let's see what's in it. Gonna go out on a limb and say it's probably baseballs to... Whoa! Head. It's time to get head. Okay, that makes it a little bit easier to find the books we need. For the most part. We did this. Cosmic inflation. Cosmic inflation. There's only one inflation that is really good. And it's not meant for Twitch. Hi, Bob. Thank you, Bob. I think we need to go back down. Algebraic number theory. Math. Huh? There's another one like that over there. You mean something like primary number theory or analytical number theory or geometry? Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, it took a wild guess that the other 3 would be as well. Looks like I was right. The Pythagorean Theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. This one's Goldbach's conjecture. Conjecture? What is it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? There's a weird book here called Indian Mathematics. It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about with a Riemann? It's pretty straightforward. Heavens, no. There are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication or lack of. Are we talking about P? It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Are we still talking about P? Whoa! Oh, here. Hey, there's another one of those picture books here. Something about these things feels kinda nice, you know? Brings back good memories. I guess even people like 7 were kids once. No shit, you little brat. Hey guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside. Smart what? Smart, whoa! Oh look, we have found Sezzy. We have found Sezzy. Yeah. Alright, so there are 3 lights in here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should... Whoa! Whoa, dude! Those light bulbs really make a difference. It's pretty bright in here now. Oh, dude. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides there, blah. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? Then... Awesome! It looks like it worked. Way to go, Chumpy. Good job, buddy. There's something projecting on the bottom. These letters, they seem familiar. Sheldrake 5.
Sheldrake 5?
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Well,
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Ugh. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor. I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Hey, Snake?
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see.
No, you don't.
The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she?
Snake looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Jumpy could tell he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something off from his face and looked up at Jumpy.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded slowly.
The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido.
Jumpy couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names somewhere before. And also saw all 4 of them.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
A game!
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
Snake nodded.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Jumpy thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Jumpy cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
His face barely moved as he spoke.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything, all of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, They had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him.
Huh.
Just as Jumpy was about to speak,
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here and soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Jumpy put an arm to stop him.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if he was about to say brought him great pain.
Her name was Akane.
Badunch.
That was the girl who died.
Badunch. Jumpy felt as if he had been punched into the stomach. His vision went blurry, and his head felt light.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Jumpy shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Jumpy cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, all right?
Snake raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Jumpy bringing up the rear.
I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. Feet. It wasn't here. Where was that? Oh, here. Here, number 5. Feet. Crawling at his feet. Feet. Sheldrake. This is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. There it is. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess we should press this button. What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. Oh my god, numbers. Whatever experiment was going on, don't you think there's a bit too much money being spent on this ship just for it to sink? In general, yes, but you have also to consider this. The guy who actually bought the ship was already dead. That was like in the beginning of 1900. So I guess the actual guy who gave them the ship probably inherited it from that other guy, was like part of that family. Or the sinking part was just a scam. I don't think so. 13, 14, 10, 13. It's a keyboard in front of the numbers. And there are 4 Roman numerals on the wall. It's gotta be a hint of some sort. 13, 14, 10, 13. Those are all Roman numerals. Do you think we just need to put the numbers from the wall on the keyboard? No, you can't. Keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type stuff like... You can't type in stuff like 3 or 4. And that means... Well, I bet you've got to type something on that keyboard. So those are letters. Yeah. But you can only enter letters. And it looks like you only enter 4 letters. Let's see how this works. I guess you need to hit enter once you type the letters. You can erase what you type with Control Clear, actually. Okay. I get the basic operation. Let's give it a shot. Woo! Shot! Of course, why wouldn't I think of that, right? Okay, what was it? Okay, it's clear, okay. Damn it, I just don't get it. But I get it. What the hell is the point of this Roman? What is Snake doing? These Roman numerals, if you convert them to Arabic numerals, you have 13... Shut up! Shut up! Shut up, spoiling it! Shut up. I don't want to hear it. I know what it means. Let me click on the keyboard. So, it goes by the same thing. It is using the hex system. So it goes until number 9, and then number 10 is A, 11 is B, 12 is C, and so on. And that gives us the letters penis, which makes perfect sense because it's 5 letters instead of 4, but actually it's dead. Or hentai, yes, it's definitely hentai. Yay! You did it, Jumpy! It unlocked now. Damn, so close. Yeah, was almost correct. Good job, Jumpy. Oh, there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go. Hurry up. But we have 2 doors, not 2 doors. Ah! Alright, Handle, it's time we got this over with. Damn it. Can't get it open. This thing won't even budge. What? Why not? Don't they have less than 1 hour? Yes. What? Why not? We put the password. What else do we have to do? Then that means it's the other door. Alright, let's get this thing open. Oh look, it just worked. The door opened. Hate when things just work. Totally not relatable. Yep. The door opened, and Jumpy and the others leapt through it.
Alright, this is the next.
Why did they leap through it? They could just walk through it. Just imagine, like, the door goes, like, they open the door, and then everybody's, like, running at the door and leaping through it. Like, wow! Action scene. Stunt doubles. I think this game has a lot of translating problems. Yeah, most likely. Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence. This game was originally written in Japanese, not Nipponese. Their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
Oh, the door!
They spun around. The door they just come through had slammed shut.
Did that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Jumpy grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh man.
They took a second look at the room they'd found themselves in. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado has passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Jumpy's heart fell.
No way!
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, let's begin.
It's not like we're in a hurry or anything. It's okay. How's the policeman being the emotional one? Why not? Oh look, we remember this puzzle. Hey Jumpy, isn't this a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. New material has been added to the file screen. A ruler attached to the drafting table. A light that's attached to the drafting table. It's got a little metal arm that holds it up. A drafting table. Looks like it's been used quite a bit. Look, Jumpy, the rust on here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah. How exciting. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we've solved in other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see this plan come to fruition. Pile of junk. Look at that. There's some old computer monitors on this desk. You don't see CRT monitors that much anymore. I think the fans are for ventilation. They're probably there to circulate air. A pipe. Great. A pipe. Great. The screen is huge. I wonder why it's so blue. Maybe if I touch it. There's something on the screen now. What is this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Bathroom break, be right back. Okay. Let me see that. I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. Just gotta use that to make the all cells on the right and the bottom green. Hey Jumpy, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You wanna take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle? It's a piece of paper gave me a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Hehe. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyways, it looks like I just need to make all of the cells all green. It's a lot harder than I expected. Well, according to the chart Clover gave me, I just need to plug in a number for each letter. That's not one. I like how she gives me a thing, but I cannot access it. Like, cool. I like how it says, like, just read the instructions, and I'm like, okay, cool. Ah, this is wonderful. I'm a big fan of those puzzles. By big fan, I mean no. Ugh. At least this one doesn't require us to look at notes. Not really, because I understand what it means, but I find it weird that the game goes and says like, hey, here's a note that says something important about this puzzle, but the note doesn't show up in your notes. Which is like, The shitty part is, it's all about math. So A is 10, and L is something, 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 something. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So L is 12. Bullshit. Yeah, it's 12. So what we all need to do is display only the numbers and the letters which equal a number. That form the addition to 10 and to the other one. Wait, it's 22, not 12. A, B, C, it's 13, 7, 8, 9. Yep. That's L. It's just a question what I need to do for this. Oh, hi. See, there are a few rooms ahead of us. Yes, I'm very excited about this puzzle. Might have found what I was looking for. Blah blah blah. It's okay. There we go. Yes, I did look it up because honestly, I don't wanna spend my time on this. It's really an annoying puzzle. You did it, Jumpy! Yay, I did it! The internet showed me the correct solution. You're so smart! No. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I have expected of you, Jumpy. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me for looking up the guide. Whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't get time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. Jumpy tapped into the resonance fields, the internet, to solve the puzzle. Yes. We got ourselves a cross emblem, and therefore we can now start Attack on Titan. A metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. That's a pipe. There's a cabinet underneath it. There's a piece of paper in here. Not sure without taking a closer look, but I think it might be a clue. Jumpy, we don't need this anymore, do we? Oh, I don't think so. Yeah, this is for a puzzle we already solved. So, now we have established why this is a problem. Basically, I went to the puzzle. But the programmers didn't use their brain. Because if they would have expected that some people might click on this puzzle before they went to this corner of the room to get the piece of paper with the hint on it that says how to solve the puzzle. Because now, here it is. The document says 9 panels crossed by the first draft, blah 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 blah. And then you see this. Right? But the problem is they didn't think of that. So therefore when I click on the puzzle, Clover suddenly talks about a hint and a piece of paper that tells you about how to solve it. But I didn't have this piece of paper in my hand. So, big mistake. It's a sliding panel, just like the last one. I wonder if there's a plate with an emblem engraved on it here. This monitor is part of this machine. It's really dim though. It's got a map of the world. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. Jumpy, it looks like there's a compass on there. And now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved a puzzle like this once in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. Same thing? The important part is this nautical table was we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines of the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm gonna use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay then, show me, now! Of course! Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same way as the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. I just touch the direction I want it to turn to, compass will turn in that direction. And I just gotta press stop when the compass is pointing where I want to. I'm betting something will happen if I do it right. Alright, let's do this. No, let's not do this. Here's the problem. I press this button and nothing happens. See, the problem is that I cannot go back. I literally cannot go back. Oh, no, I can. See? Here's the problem. I clicked on this and we picked up a map, the nautical map. But the nautical map is not an item. Nautical map is apparently a file. This here. Which is annoying. So this apparently is a different nautical map. So this time it's south, west, southeast, northeast, east, northeast. That looks stupid. So we start in south. And then we go west. And it didn't stop. I clicked on it and it didn't stop there. God damn it. South, west. And then we go south, east. And then northeast. And then east. And then north. And then east. Yay, you did it, Jumpy! And I did it without noting it down somewhere. Good boy! Who is a good boy? Not me, since I'm not a dog. Ah, knock it off. Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It just kinda slid open and something came out. Oh, yeah. I heard a noise too. You know, that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know? A noise, huh? A helm emblem. Oh look, CRT monitors, and now we know where to put that. Hi, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Is this the table we did? Yeah. There's something written on these pieces of paper. Looks like we've got 3 sheets of stuff. Morse code. Oh, my favorite. Morse code chart was found on the steel shelf in the small cluttered room. It has a Morse code key for the letters A to I. The short mark is called DID and made by tapping the button. The long mark is called DA by holding the button down. I'm so excited. There's nothing left in the cabinet. Okay. There are piles of crap everywhere. This is pretty impressive mess. I know, that's what dragons usually do. If we try and search every one of these, we're gonna be at it till the cows come home. Well, that doesn't seem too bad. We won't have to go bring them in ourselves then. Don't you get smart with me, kid. How about we deal with this area later, okay guys? Maybe we should try something more promising. Card reader. It says lock. Not gonna be able to open this door until I finish the card that goes to this thing. Thick metal door is blocking our way. It's locked and I can't get it open. Pile of junk. I don't have the time to get through this. Okay. It's just a pile of junk, there's nothing useful here. And I assume we need to go here. A mouse. Nothing happens when I mess with it though. A keyboard. Let's just tap a few keys to see if I can wake this thing up. Damn, no dice. There are 3 monitors here. Power's on, but there's nothing on any of these screens. It's so small! I wonder what this is. Got no idea. Damn it, looks like this thing is locked. It's not moving. It's pretty obvious we are supposed to open it. Let's just drop the emblem of the steering wheel in here. Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the monitors at least. What's that? Looks like some kind of puzzle. I wonder what if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be removed from that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all of the balls, except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number for that area. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number of that area. I guess 6 and 3. That's it. Still don't really get it. Whatever. Like they say, practice makes perfect. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey. Let's see you solve the next one. Then you can make fun of me. Okay. So what it basically means is I can move them in here and in there. I cannot move the number 9. And the digital root of the balls I put in one field must make the digital root of 6 or 3. Which is fun. I don't remember. Only 5 can go into 1? Let's see. That's 7, that's 9, that's 10, that's 1. That's 9. That's 13. That would be 15, which is 6. 11, 14, 21. Wait, no. There we go. Oh god, I did math in my head. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There are still 3 more indentation left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? Maybe. Okay, let's put in the emblem of the cross. Hey Jumpy, something just showed up on the screen. This puzzle sure looks like a lot like the last one. Yeah, but there's more at those of red balls you can't move. The numbers for each area are different too. Looks like it's got the same rules as the last one though. You sure you don't want to double check that? Oh, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright? So basically the same concept. Okay, that doesn't work. Can I even do that? 5, 3, that. Is the rest going to create the 7? 15, 21. Yeah. That's awesome, Jumpy. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. No, I can't because I don't have any emblems. That's a problem. Just a pile of junk. Yeah. Draw on the right side. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in the drawers. All in green. Control panel for this thing. Nothing happens when I press the buttons. Don't click on anything on the bottom floor there. Fans for ventilation. don't think we can get out of there. Okay, that I didn't see. The metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh. Hey. Holy shit. That is pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin. A coffin. A Pokemon. Oh man. Does 7 think? Yeah, he's all pale. Bruh. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be? I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin! I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. And I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. There's a metal plate on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All eyes. Ah, the 2 machines. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Oh well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand. Okay. I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open. Time to wake the dead. Yes. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something. Yes, I believe it's locked in some way. Hey, 7, you think you could open it with your superhuman strength? No, What's wrong? I think I'll just pass on this one, okay? What the heck? Very well, we just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? The coffin, it doesn't have a lock that I can see. There's a metal plate on it, it says all eyes. Oh, that is a different machine. See what's happened when I... Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the screen at last. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code passed back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, 1 on the last. 2 for 1. 2 for 1, not 6, 2, 1. Ah, I'm afraid I don't understand. Perhaps you should give it a shot anyway? Alright, I'll try. Before I do that though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, it will enter a did. If I hold the button down, it will enter a da. Once we enter our answer, it will automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. It can also switch through the code sheets I've got by touching the 3 icons over on the right. Alright, let's do this. Okay. Huh? Oh, I see. It basically wants me to enter the rest. So it can be W R P L J penis, of course. Yes. What else could it be? Cake eating. Eating could also be possible. The second one was 4 dots, which is rather curious. Which could be an age. I think there's no... no, it must be an age. Is it, though? You plan tomorrow on the 25th. Not on this channel. If I happen to stream tomorrow, it will be on my secondary one. But I have planned nothing yet. Let's go with the assumption that it is actually the Morse code. Then it would be E. E. H. E. Wait. 2 for 1, right? 2 I H E I H E. Yes, some impromptu criminals special. A lot of people actually stream tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. For the simple reason that a good chunk of people don't really go somewhere for Christmas or Christmas Eve. And I get that. Like, I also have nothing planned for the next 2 days. So is the Morse code actually telling us what it wants? But I don't quite get it. I get this, but I don't get exactly what the game wants from me. Have you figured out what you're supposed to enter here, Chompy? Looks like the word that's supposed to go here has 3 letters. It's got 3 lines, and I think each line is 1 letter. I see. Well, if that's the case, then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol respectively. Sorry. After all, isn't that what you just said? One line has 2 spaces, the next 4, and the last only is a 2 for 1. Okay, maybe I understand. Okay. Are you curious why I thought it was that? Because it's related to this specific room here. So I was like, okay, now I understand. It wants me to input a Morse code. 2 inputs, 4 inputs, 1 input. And the only thing with 3 letters that is kind of related to this room is eyes. And that's why I chose eyes. Da, comrade. I see. It seems you have solved the puzzle, Jumpy. Excellent work. Into the square hole goes the round shape. That is correct. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was trivial matter to decode them. Ah yes, I believe I heard the noise from somewhere on the right, on the device after you solved the puzzle. Sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now? What? Well, that's reassuring. Let's put the emblem of the secret code. Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same though. Don't you think you should double check it? Come on, it's the 3rd time I've done this. We'll be fine. So this, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Ah, shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. Okay. Oh god. Twice 7. And no 1. Okay, no 1. Now that's mean. Then again, 15, 21, 25. So it works. What do you mean this doesn't work? Because it's not enough on this side? Okay. Fine. So we formed twice 16, I guess. If we can, that is the next question. I cannot form an 8 out of this. The question is it really the same rules? So that's 15, and we don't have a 1. That's a 14. 8 and 6. 14 and then 2 is a 16. 7, 12 and 16. No. You go here. There we go. Excellent work, Jumpy. You've only got 1 left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I just have the problem that there is nothing else in this room. A pipe. A pipe. A pipe. There are 3 pipes here. Give me a P. Give me a E. Give me a N and an E and an S. What's that spell? Pipe. What the hell are we doing? Hey, coffin. Do you like coffins? Do you like coffee? I like coffee. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Chumpy, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Holy shit, this is a coffin. There's going to be something horrible in there. I just know it. Okay, okay. Deep breaths. Whew. Here we go. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, I can't believe I was scared for something like that. What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? It's a long story. Ask Jumpy about it sometime. Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There is something in there, though. Well, 2 somethings, actually. What is that? There are 2 things on the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we've got a plate with an emblem on it and... The Neptune key! Yes, we finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct. Clever, but we need to get out of this room first, you know? Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. Oh god, my pocket has a hole, it fell out. As far as the other things goes the coffin emblem. Let's see what happens if I put the emblem of the coffee into this indentation. This is the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot like the last couple. I think it's probably the last one. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright? I'll solve it in no time. 8 and 9. 9. So let's assume I form 9 out of that. Then we have 17. Okay, sure. Wait, I have 4, 5. I cannot do... Maybe it wants 3 and 2, but 2, it doesn't want to? Why not? Or? That makes no sense. Seven and 2 is 9, not 8. 7 and 2 is 9. And this is 9 and 8. 6, 7, 8 is 17, which would be 8. I don't understand why it's not accepting this. This combination will not open the door. Okay, let's form a 17. Huh? Why would... Look, okay, I see. 9, 14... and 4 is 18. So it wants me to do this. What? This equals 8. This is 9. 16, 18 equals 9. Fifteen, 18, 19, which is 10, which is 1. What does it want from me? I don't get it. Shouldn't we do exactly the same, or is it actually demanding that we do the digital root of this? Because this is 15, 18, 19, which is then 10, which is 1. Are we supposed to form the digital root of 1 despite what we are seeing with 8 and 9? Why they are red? The red ones we cannot use. They are locked in. So we only have 7, 8, 5, 4 and 2. And the rules so far of the game was put numbers in here to form the digital root of 8 or 9. And I just tried every combination that is possible. It is not possible to literally put more... Like, you cannot put 4, 4 in it because we don't have enough numbers. So, is the game want me to form at 1 instead of the numbers on there? We can just tap onto the resonance field. So we cannot do a 10 with this. 4, 7 and 4. Oh no, that doesn't work. An 8 and a 2 form a 10. This is a 12, this is a 16, which is a 7. So that doesn't work either. Try 6, 2, 6, 7 and 4, 5. 2. You cannot use the number 6. That's the problem. Why would that not work? You and me, we both cry. Let's see, this is 4, 10, 19. And it says... That's 15. That's 20, 24, 26. 26 equals 8. You will cry? I did cry when I read it. This is the correct solution. And you wanna know why? The instruction was to use all balls. It didn't say that you have to fulfill the root numbers. And that's why this works. You use all 5 balls to put into those 2 fields. Because left side we have 15, 20, 24, 26. 2 plus 6 is equal 8. I do the devs hate us? I don't know. It also doesn't make sense to me at all. At all. Like, because, like, it makes even less sense. Because you basically can solve this puzzle the correct way. Like, there are 2 possible solutions to this puzzle. And for some reason, they're like, you know what? No. And it doesn't make sense. When I was in the puzzle and I was solving it, I solved it like twice with 2 different solutions. But the actual solutions I put in twice, 2 different times, 2 different solutions. The game goes like, no, this is wrong. You are following the rules, but it's wrong. Let's do it against the rules, and then it's right. And I'm like, huh? I cannot tell you which numbers it was, but it's just dumb. I don't remember exactly the description for the solution of the game where it maybe told you like this and that. Mary Chrysler. It's too early for the Chrysler. Hi there, Bill Noise. How are you doing? We just solved a puzzle that made no sense. That basically went against its own solution. Huh, where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Jumpy! I'm away from home. On your way to a cabin in the woods nearby a lake. Jumpy, good job. Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. I'm doing fine. Except for the fact that it did snow over 30 centimeters of snow in the last 48 hours. And since I shoveled snow, it snowed another 3 centimeters or more. And it's gonna keep snowing until tomorrow. So yeah, we have currently a lot of snow. I'm not too excited about that.
A picture.
It's a photographic, genetic generated image. What? Snow. Ugh. In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men. Oh my.
What the?
Oh look. Here we have Ace in his younger years. Tallest one almost looks like Snake. Yeah. You know what I find more interesting is this is Snake when he was younger. But remember this. The experiment that happened was 9 years ago. So it's kind of weird to see him like this. And then 9 years later, he's like far older. But then again, okay, it can happen. I just find the 9 years like a very short time frame from going from this to what Ace is looking today. But hey, so here we have Ace. And look at this. This is guy number 9 who died in the beginning. This here is the guy who died because Ace killed him because he was wearing Snake's clothing and he thought it was Snake. And this guy is the captain who is also dead, who was killed in the captain's cabin with an axe. So all 4 of Cradle Pharmaceuticals are here, except these guys are dead. I'm just pondering where the heck is... Okay. Involuntarily, Jumpy's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them.
What the hell is this? This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the 0 bracelet on his left arm. And this second man with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man, the one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit... Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
7 and Clover had come to peer over Jumpy's shoulder.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too.
As Jumpy looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree.
And they look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
Snake's voice broke into Jumpy's thought.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently though. Ace, the ninth man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the ninth man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
Jumpy flipped the picture over.
Huh.
There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Nonary Project. Nijisaki. Kobuta. Musashido. Jumpy immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Jumpy figured out that could only mean he'd written the words on the back himself.
That means Ace, the ninth man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Jumpy found the most surprising.
Why? Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But then why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Jumpy looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face. The ninth man knew Ace, so how did he got scammed into death? That was explained by Ace himself. So basically, since Ace knew the ninth man, and they knew when they began the game, they knew each other, they knew who they were. Didn't he know what the Nonary game is? Just wait, before they even came to the first room with the 3 doors, or 2 doors, with the first room with the 2 doors, before ninth man even went into the 1 door. Before that, before they reached this room, Ace had a talk with the ninth man, and the ninth man knew who he was. Like, they knew each other, they knew who they were to each other. Like, the ninth man was basically a worker for Ace. Ace is the CEO. So they talked with each other, and Ace saw that this is gonna be a Nonary game, and so he was curious if this Nonary game was real or a scam, and that for that reason he basically told the ninth man that like, first he lied to him and said that, like, yeah, okay, I think they changed something in this game, and made him go into a room later on. Okay, let's see, what you said. Nightman knew Ace, so how did he got scammed into death? Didn't he know that Nonary Gamers that designed the fucking game? And somehow he didn't scream Ace's name at the moment of his death. Yes, I know that. Ace scammed him into going into this room by saying that the Nonary game has been adjusted so that he didn't needed to authenticate And that is why he went into this room. And then he noticed that he couldn't authenticate at the dead and died. You are right. In the most basic logic, the ninth man should have said that Ace told him to do this. Though you can also imagine that people who go into a panic mode just forget things. Like, they just scream for their lives, and maybe he didn't think of mentioning the name. Maybe he just hoped that Ace would react to the whole situation. Who knows? Like, people do a lot of strange things in a very stressful situation. Yes, he just screamed like, he lied to me, he lied to me. By logic, you would say like, Ace lied to me, Ace lied to me, but maybe he was so stressed out that he couldn't even consider to say his name and was just like, let me out, because only seconds to go before he died. And like Ace also explained, like the number 9 bracelet is extremely powerful in the game, so he wanted that bracelet. He wanted to see if the nonary game was real or just a scam. And also he needed this man to be dead because he knew who he was and he wanted to reduce the risk that he was getting exposed to the others. Sorry, but that part makes no sense on the 9th man part. Which one? Not ratting Ace's ass. Let's see. Try to remember that conversation we had there. Yeah, it sounded like the 9th man was talking about Zero, not Ace. That's basically what everyone would expect when someone would say something in that situation. Everybody would think like, okay, it's Zero. Maybe Zero gave him some information we don't know about. Let me think. When did we establish names? It was basically at this point. That was basically at that point that we established our nicknames. And then we came to the 9th man with nicknaming. But then he basically started this whole thing to go through the door. Look, the point is, Coffee, I agree with you. It is... Look, it's basically like a could be situation, could not be situation. On one side, I would understand that someone in a panic would forget certain informations and maybe not just yelling someone's name that they suspect that they put them into this trap. And here's another point that might speak for this. While we were there, we started to establish nicknames, but the ninth man wasn't like really partaking into this conversation. Point 1. Point 2, he was already stressed out. Point 3, we established the nicknames of all 8 people, and then the ninth man took someone and went to the door. At this point, there is a good chance that the ninth man didn't pay enough attention to the nicknames, especially that like also a good amount of people don't remember right away a nickname of someone when hearing it for the first time. What good would it do him to yell Ace's real name at that point? You know? He could have screamed Hongo, but that name wouldn't mean anything to anyone. But I agree, the possibility that he could have screamed Hongo instead of Ace is a possibility. Or that old man, yes. Like I said, you have a point there, Coffee. There is the possibility that you would probably yell the name of the person you accuse, but there's also the possibility of the situation and the stress and the death situation that they simply freak out and forget to mention that. So yes, there's a point. Yeah, you could argue that he should have mentioned the name, but you can also say the situation makes it quite believable that someone will simply forget to yell a specific name. But yes, he forgot his killer's name. Have you ever been in a very extremely stressful situation? You forget a lot of things that you should know. I can hold a conversation with someone and forget an actual word in my language, my native language, that I should know, and I'm not in a stressful situation. So yes, this possibility does exist, but you could also say it's a mistake on the game's account, of course. Excuse myself, Bob, but it feels like you're showing up every 15 minutes now. What is this? It really feels like that. Like I said, Coffee, yes, most likely this is a point where you can criticize the game for it, but I also give the benefit of the doubt to the game and say, like, in a situation like this, I can easily see that people like not mention in a logical reason anything that might be related to the situation. It's not a plot hole if everything is just Chompy's nightmare. Look, even if we would say correct this and say the ninth man went into the door and screamed like Hongo, then the people outside wouldn't know who Hongo was, and he certainly would decline that this is his name. Let's assume the ninth person had paid attention and picked up that Hongo picked up the name of Ace, then yes, it would probably be more difficult. I assume that the writers took the liberty of leaving out this possibility for the sake of the plot itself. I wouldn't be surprised.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
A very short catch-up for you, Vernoise. Basically, we went through the normal doors that would open the path on the far left side to the coffin. Since we have unlocked the yellow key, which is the yellow lock at the coffin, we came to the situation again that Santa took June and went through door 9, and we freed Snake from the coffin for the sole reason because we suddenly heard a voice in our head that said the riddle that led us to put in the code in our bracelet, and that gave us the correct number to open the coffin and free Snake from the coffin. We informed Snake about the events that went down, and then we also tried to see if we can open the other 9 door, which worked, of course, because now we had the correct numbers with us. And then we pointed out that Clover had this number 0 bracelet in her pocket, and we wanted to establish, is it really a 0 on the bracelet? And we tried it out on the red by inputting it in various combinations to figure out which number it is, and we figured out that the 0 bracelet itself is not a 0 but a 6. And let me think. A, B, C, D, E. And since this is going with the system of base 9, we figured out it is not a 0 that is displayed. It is the letter O. And the letter O equals to the number 24. And 24 forms the digital root of 6. What we also established is that June didn't have the number 6 bracelet. She flipped her bracelet over, so it looked like a 6, but she was actually a 9. And we also established that Santa wasn't a 3. Santa was actually a 0. Because Santa was always in the same room as June. And we calculated all the rooms June has gone through, and we replaced it with 9. Or was it a 3? Or was it a 0? No, wait. E, A, B, C, D, E. E is 14, which is a 5. That doesn't make sense. I know what you mean with flipping over to make it a 3. Coffee, do you remember? Did we establish that Santa's number was actually a 0? Yes, it was a 0, right? No, the thing is that we have established that Santa's real number is not a 3, but a 0, because we cannot prove it yet, but it is extremely likely that Santa is 0. That's why his number was 0 and not 3. Yes, Santa actually a 5, Jumpy meaning it was all Jumpy's imagination. Yeah. No, that is what we have established. And then we went through the smaller 9 door and ended up in a huge circular room that was filled from the bottom to the top with books. It was the library. And in the library we solved a few puzzles, which then opened up 2 doors. One was closed and the other was open, which led us to this room here, which is basically like an experimentation room. There's a lot of gadgets we have encountered in the other rooms, but like in a prototype state. We also found the coffin of all ice, but it was empty. But we suspected that Alice might be in the coffin, but she wasn't in there, it was empty. And now we are in this room here. Yeah, because June, we established that because June was a 9 and not a 6, so we calculated that, and that meant that Santa cannot be a 3. Santa was an E! Actually, everyone's number should be flipped. Nice. You know what's the worst? If you take the number 6 and the number 9 and put them next to each other, nice. And you flip them, nice. And yes, Snake also explained that this experiment was taking place 9 years ago, where 18 children were kidnapped and put into 2 groups, one in Nevada in a copycat establishment of the Gigantic. The other 9 were put on the actual Gigantic, and there was a bomb that exploded and started let the ship start to sink. And then they did the experiment to see if they can manage to save the children on the boat by solving the puzzles and sending the solutions into the morphogenetic field so they can be saved. But it was also established that all of these children were siblings, and there was one girl who died in the entire thing, and she was the sister to a brother, and the brother's name was Aoi, and the sister's name was Akane. We wanted to ask Snake for the last name of the girl, because we think this is the same Akane we encountered here, but apparently she died 9 years ago. But we didn't ask Snake about her last name, because Akane is a first name and many people have the name of Akane, so it could have been someone else. So now you're up to date. Those are all the informations we have so far. And yes, they basically found now the photo of these 4 people from Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Us, as the player, have already seen these people in a previous conversation, and it is clear who these 4 people are.
Ace is Hongo?
In this playthrough, we have no idea that Ace is Hongo. Even as he asked, Jumpy felt as though he'd already known. Almost if someone had whispered into his head that yes, of course Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Jumpy. He still couldn't make sense out of their strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Jumpy handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leader over and over again to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Jumpy and Snake had spoken to them in the library. But as Jumpy watched him pace, it was clear he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet!
His eyes were red and Jumpy could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nonary Project.
Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Jumpy in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo from the right. The other 3 are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Jumpy, along with a pressing question.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. Looked to Jumpy as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's suddenly recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
That's okay, we have like 30 minutes.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, all right?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Jumpy and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common: a history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding, my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. That what you want? The fish here would love a meal.
He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly...
Being off the stream, see you, and Merry Chrysler. Well, Merry Christmas to you as well, Bill Noise. Enjoy your time. Bye bye, and thank you for dropping in.
There was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle. A drug? That was my last thought.
Bye.
My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5 or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold on. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then... Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside.
Useless information.
The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. It wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then there was a voice. What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror. And all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. It made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were, the kids I'd been searching for. They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent, for the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
I'm a good guy. Trust me, bro.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kind of cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there! I'm gonna be right back!
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator. Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
Huh. Wait a second. Something was off.
Sorry.
There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit from the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury.
But he was a good guy.
I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation.
A very good guy.
The man's name?
Good guy.
Was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me.
No! No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face, and he was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. No point to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. A plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there...
Yeah, that's not good.
That meant we better... We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up and up. Our feet pounded the steps, our arms pumping fast. We went round and round and round like the devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Nobody answered him. Seems like we ran out of budget to pay the voice actor for this one sentence.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too, and so did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go. Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait! I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck! I spun around to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? You got it? The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. But the boy...
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But...
Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, all right? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please! Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die, please! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be all right. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise!
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
It was silent, except it wasn't. 1 second. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Chompy couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. But there was something Chompy had to know.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Chompy felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer. He feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Chompy curiously, and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
Something inside of Chompy stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Chompy left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Chompy's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. 7 regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
Alright, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother. But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now.
Not really by the voice actor.
I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
That spark caught flame in Jumpy's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Jumpy blinked. He was back.
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Jumpy didn't think he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Jumpy had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge, and had even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and 7 all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence.
What?
And then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In the drawer that held the picture was a keycard. Jumpy grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
New material has been added to the fire screen. Key card 0. A key card with a 0 in the middle of it. 0. 0. God damn it. 0 just screwing with us, isn't he? Hey, coffee. I'm not sure if you're currently in the game, but even if you are and you're just listening to me, there are 2, 4, 6. There are basically 6 more rooms until the final. And I assume you will go to bed soon. The fuck I'm looking at? The final ending you're looking at. See? It's just a few more rooms. I also assume you go to bed in probably 30 minutes. Would you be fine if we continued this ending on Saturday? Why is the game trying so hard to make it as long as possible? Because maybe it is. But yeah, it's an honest question. Like, would you be okay if we would do this on Saturday, like the rest of this? Because Saturday is nothing specific. Like, that's not yet the end of the year. It's gonna be the end of this week, which is still a few days before New Year. But it also would be not on Christmas. Not likely. If you stream the same time as last Saturday, then I'll be at work. What if I streamed on this normal pattern that I stream on Monday and Wednesday? So what if I make that? Usually I think you are 5 hours ahead of me, right? So it's 10:30 for me. Is this correct? You're 5 hours ahead of me? Yes, it is. So, in other words, you would be available at 9 p.m. on Saturday? Like, you usually show up around 9, like your time. I'll be home around 11 p.m. Okay, that is 18. You were far earlier today here, if I remember correctly. Okay, that's 6 p.m. for me. Okay, that's 6 p.m. for me. 6 p.m. for me. It will be 3 hours in. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, solid. Okay, so, well, let's put it this way. I will decide when I start to stream on Saturday, but if I told you that around 11 p.m. your time, I would continue this. Would this be okay with you? Okay, good. Then I will save here, which I think I already did. Because I think then it's also like a good chance for Vilvnoise and Epitune to be here as well. And yeah, I don't know yet when I start on Saturday, but that is not a problem for yours. Like, that's fine. Okay, then we shall really end this on Saturday then. And everybody has a good chance to be here then. Was a little bit unfortunate for Epitune, who's sick at the moment. And then also like tomorrow is Christmas Eve and then Christmas and a lot of people go away from home. So yeah.